That's loud. Should probably not have that loud. Turn that down a little bit. Still loud. Yeah, there we go. That should be better. You like loud? Oh. Are you awake now?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Loud noises! Sorry, we haven't thrashed in a while. I thought it'd be fun. Really gotta turn the master down a little bit. We're overdriving just a little bit. Dare apologize for thrashing. Very fun, just unexpected. Yeah, it overdrove a little bit, but that's okay. It's because the amp is pointed directly at or the shotgun mic's pointed directly at the amp, so it picks it up a lot better. Let's see. What else have we been screwing around with? Yeah. I mean, we got to be careful with this one. But oh, wrong key. We got to be careful. I flagged the Black Sabbath VOD before by just playing it. That's definitely happened. Yeah, Coltec. It's not shake it up. It's lick it up, dude. You got Kiss confused with Taylor Swift. I would have to say that's probably a first time. Just keep playing like that and you're good. Dude, I haven't played on stream in a good while, dude. So, forgive me for being a little rusty. Hey, Red, thanks for the raid, man. Starting it off right. On the next Flame Trench episode, we need Jack to sing along to this. I'm not sure if Jack can sing like Paul Stanley. Yeah, yeah. I can't sing. You got to live like you want Lick it up. Lick it up. I can't sing like Paul Stanley either. Been a while since I listened to Kiss. What are you gonna do? Dude, when I was in Vegas, we went to the Rio and they have Kiss mini golf there, and it's the crappiest mini golf ever, but it's blasting Kiss the whole time, so it's amazing. There's that tortured cat again. Use it up, boss. Yeah. Never try anything new, right, Tessa? Why would we do that? Oh, screwed that up. Be good if my fingers could go to the chord that I need. Ready? Gonna bring it on up. There we go. That was better. Kiss mini golf drunk would be amazing. Do they still have Penn and Teller at the Rio? I don't remember, dude. Do we have any rush? The only part of 2112 that I know is... Oh, we need more drive for that. Hold on. How to do that. It's down and 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 Something like that. Now to get kicked out of chat, Waylon Jennings? No, I don't, yeah, no, don't know how to do that. Is it time for KSB? Shut that off. You guys can hear all the fans that I have going to try and stay cool in here, but we don't need to worry about that anymore because we got the suppressor on. Yeah, baby. All right. Okay, so let's shut that, shut that. There we go. How's everybody doing? Thanks for coming out. Be sure to tip your waitress. All right. Wrists. Not great, Bob. You've been slowly learning Spirit of the Radio. Yeah. The fingies haven't worked in a little bit. But anyway, how's everybody doing? Welcome to part 10. Let's fire up Kerbal and let's get going. Good, you had corn dogs for lunch. Nice. You slept wrong, your shoulder's sore. So Titan sleeps next to me on the bed, Ethereal, and he decided that he wanted to stretch his little doggy paws at like 5 in the morning and push right into my back. Yeah, right into the part where there's damage. So I had a really nice wake-up call this morning. You know? Holy crap, my friend, you're very good with that guitar. I'm a drummer, dude. I'm not... I mean, thank you, but yeah. Yeah! The thing about playing the guitar is that you gotta keep playing it to get better. Keep playing it. I drum, dude. I have an electric kit behind the green screen, but I'm not sure how well that's gonna pick up. Let's hear the drums. Oh, geez. You would have to... Yeah. All right, well, Kerbal is loading. We won't go for very, very long, but it's behind the screen, and I don't feel like changing the screen, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You should be able to hear them.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Can you hear that? Oh, I'm out of practice with those two. Can't get the timing right. Man. It's probably, is it overdriven? Crap. I can't see the audio playback, dude. That's why I don't play the drums on stream. You're out of practice with everything. Guitar, drums, KSP. But I can work I can work on a car pretty damn well. Skill allotment changes over time. Today I learned they flew the first Saturn I 5 months after Kennedy's moon speech. How? It was already in development, Erudite. It was already in development. Saturn 1 is literally made out of leftover parts. And, what's the right way to say this? It was already in development. Saturn 1's made out of leftover parts. And the reason why it was already in development is because, sorry, I wasn't expecting this question this early. The reason why it was in development is because the Saturn V was supposed to be part of the Army Ballistic Missile Agency. Hey, all right. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency, it was supposed to be a part of their capability. So, going up until the point where, you know, no, not shuttle, Saturn. Going up to the point where, you know, of like Saturn and Apollo and, you know, when NASA really kind of came into their own, there's a picture of it. That's the SA-3 flight right there. Going up into this, each branch of the armed force kind of sought to develop missile technology. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force, all wanted missile tech. The reason why is because, well, geez, this is a little bit of a rabbit hole, but here we go. Thanks, Pat. Yeah, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Jack of all trades, master at none, except Kerbal. That's my one thing. Okay, so why was each branch vying for missile technology? Well, that was the new thing. That was the new thing that everybody wanted, because the second the world figured out that you could miniaturize a nuclear bomb enough to put it on top of a missile and just send it at your enemy, you know, and it re-enters down from space to the point where you can't, like a ballistic missile, basically ballistic missile tech. The second they figured that out, like, all the branches of the military in the U.S. tried to develop their own missiles. The reason why is funding, to maintain funding, because battlefield relevancy was kind of going the way of the dodo. It was very clear that post-1945, you wouldn't fight wars the way you fought World War II. There wouldn't be grandiose conventional tactics, right? Because either A, if you did get into a full-scale conflict, it would probably end with everybody turning to glass, right? So what the armed forces did after World War II was very different than what they did even before and during World War II. So all three branches of the military were vying for funding and relevancy because, you know, at one point in the late 50s, the U.S. was like, why field an army? Why even have an army? Why even have an army if, you know, we could just nuke everybody? Like, what's the point? Right? You get into a hot conflict with the Soviet Union, you throw a couple nukes at Moscow, that's the end of that. There's no need for an army because you're going to be fighting no enemy after that. Right? So throughout the late 40s and into the 50s, every branch of the military was trying to develop their own missile tech. And the Saturn missile, the Army got a hold of Von Braun, first of all, for whatever reason. The Army got a hold of Von Braun, and he developed missile technology for them in the form of continuing the Redstone missile, PGM-111 Redstone, Jupiter, Jupiter-C, Juno, and then ultimately the Saturn 1B, the Saturn 1, and the Saturn 1 is made out of leftover Redstone missile tooling. Seriously, it's the equivalent of, like, in KSP, wrapping a bunch of tanks around another tank and making a heavy lift launch vehicle. That's what it is. It is a bunch of, it's not the actual missiles themselves, but it's the same tooling. So the same factories produce the same parts and the same tooling to make heavy lift capability. So that's how, you know, seemingly after President Kennedy's speech, right, the Saturn 1 was ready to go because it was already funded to that point. Now, in the late 50s, when Eisenhower established NASA, slowly they rolled over a lot of the Army Ballistic Missile Agency into NASA, and the Huntsville Arsenal in Alabama became Marshall Space Flight Center, or the Redstone Arsenal, excuse me. That's what it's called. So, yeah, how did we fly that so quickly? It was already coming, because everybody was vying for ballistic missile technology. Now, the funny thing is about that is the Air Force ended up basically winning. The Navy had the Vanguard program, which existed. All that footage of like early NASA rockets blowing up on the pad were Vanguards. Yeah. And Titan. And the Air Force so the Navy had Vanguard. The Air Force had Titan, which became pretty dang successful. And the Army had Saturn. Now, as the 1960s progressed, it was very clear that missile technology in the U.S. was going more the way of solid rocket boosters. Why? Well, because solid rocket boosters can basically sit in their silo. As long as you have an HVAC system hooked up, they can sit there for a very long period of time. And you don't have to worry about it. Nor in a nuclear strike do you have to worry about fueling the damn vehicle. In the late 50s and early 60s, our ICBM technology was liquid oxygen and RP-1. Imagine having to tank a LOX tank, or having to keep a missile tanked in the event of an immediate firing. Like, if it takes 30 minutes to fuel up an Atlas missile as a retaliatory strike, right? It's going to take 15 minutes for the nuke to get here. That's coming from the proverbial Soviet Union, right? So they needed to figure out better ways to basically be operationally ready, basically fire at a moment's notice. So missile technology throughout the 60s went the way of solids, right? Even Titan, the Titan rocket itself, Titan 3, has basically 2 ICBM strapped to the side of it. They're not exactly ICBMs, but it's a different booster, and that's what the Titan 3 was, right? And by the late 60s, heavy lift technology was very sought after by the Department of Defense, right? Not as missile tech, but as a way to deliver spy satellites into orbit, right? You send the spy satellites were big and heavy. It was basically a movie production studio with a service module attached to the back of it, right? That's how they took high-res pictures back in the day. They put an IMAX, well, not an IMAX camera. IMAX wasn't invented yet, but they put a 70mm camera up on a satellite, and it pooped out film canister cartridges that they had to go fish out of the ocean. True story. So by the 1960s, the tech moved from like missile technology, right, to heavy lift technology, and the Air Force was already heavy in on Titan. And by the end of the 1960s, with the Apollo program getting shuttered, there was really no need for Saturn rockets. But the funny thing is that Saturn 1B is basically like, if you go and look at its numbers, the Saturn 1B could qualify for national security space launches. Yeah, it's that good. The Air Force didn't want it because they're like, we're all in on Titan. We have the Titan missile. It's fine. Titan ended up being shuttered in 2005 because it was too complicated. Because they had a hypergolic core stage with solid rocket booster sides with either a hypergolic hypergolic third stage, or a hydrolox third stage. So you have 3 different types of propellants for the high energy versions of Titan. The funny thing is that, Von Braun's design would be good to this day. Titan nowadays, the Titan 3 design and Titan 4, while a good design, are seen as too complicated. Because they have all different types of propellants. You have Carolox, you have Hydrolox, you have well, you don't have Carolox in some versions. Well, no versions past Titan 1, but you get the idea. The funny thing is they had that technology because everybody was vying for missile tech. And by the end of the 60s, they were vying to launch spy satellites for the National Reconnaissance Office, right? And the CIA, et cetera, et cetera. So how did they have Saturn 1? How did they have the Saturn 1B? Like, a couple of months after Kennedy's speech. It was already in development because the Army was trying to get a leg up on the other armed services with better missile technology. This guy looks like he's seen some stuff. I play a lot of KSP. I've seen some things. So you're saying we could have had Falcon 45? Yeah, man. I mean, Gador, hey, I found a video. What did you say? I think I found a video on Twitter, which I think you've never seen. Can I DM it to you? You can link it in chat with link perms from moderators. So, when was the first SRM ICBM put into service? In the 70s. I don't know ICBM tech as well as I probably should. I do believe it was the Polaris missile, but I'm probably wrong. The Navy had the Polaris. Okay, there it goes. What's up, Gador? What is that? The Polaris was 1961. What is... I don't understand. Is Gador, what is that video? It was Minotaur? Yeah, Minotaur. I don't think so. Minutemen. That's what it was. It was the Minutemen missile. Well, actually, that came around the same time as Polaris, interestingly enough. Was Regulus a solid rocket? No. Regulus is a cruise missile. A submarine-launched cruise missile. It's basically an airplane with an SAS attached to the front. Like, if you took a plane in KSP and put SAS on the front of it and said heading hold after it launched, that's what a Regulus is. The Regulus missile tech is derived from the Vengeance weapon, from Vengeance Weapon 1, from the V1. Specifically the guidance system. It's derived from the Buzz Bomb. Didn't realize I opened a can of worms. Context is important in understanding defense spending in the 1960s. That's really, really important to understand. Yeah, I think I covered that. But yeah, it's important to note that the I think it was the SA-5 mission with Kennedy. It could have been SA-3. They were launching with dud upper stages. They were launching with mass simulators. They were just seeing if the stage worked because that was the quickest way to get the tech. And it still is to this day, albeit it's more expensive. Hey, Big Boo, what's going on? Remember yesterday you asked how many MIRVs the Saturn could push with 150, 350 kiloton warheads at the time. Over 200 MIRVs per rocket. That's, you know what? That's not needed. Like, I would say that that's not needed. That is a little bit too much. Like, I'd prefer to have decentralized retaliatory strikes. That probably would be a better idea. So, Erudite, a little bit of a follow-up note. So, you know, why do we still have an army today? Why do we still have nukes, etc., etc.? Deterrent. It's been a deterrent force since 1945. Basically, we have a gigantic army with the best weapons. Don't screw with us. It's called soft power projection. And in part of that, that's what the space race was. It was called soft power projection. Basically, look, we can land a man on the moon. We're better than you. You can't. We're better than you. That's the gist of it. And yeah, Kyron, that's another important note. The world basically switched from open warfare to small proximity wars. Basically, we entered into a standoff in 1945 where basically you're never going to have an open war with somebody. You're never going to have a full war because it's just going to end with nukes, right? But over the past like 80 years, we've been finding ways to circumvent that standoff thing, and that it's proxy wars, even to this day. If you look at modern conflicts are not fought by big powers, right? They're not fought by us directly or adversaries directly. That's not really how this works. They're fought by other state actors that are fighting against a bigger adversary. That's been, proximity conflicts have been a thing since the Korean War, since 1950. Yeah. So the interesting thing is that, you know, the Army has the Army, I don't believe, is nuclear capable. The Navy and the Air Force are nuclear capable, but America still carries a big standing army just in case. Just in case. And on top of that, we have what's called it was called this during the Cold War. I don't know if it's called this anymore. I don't know. It's called the nuclear triumvirate. So we have you know how, like, okay, in the terms of commercial crew, you have redundant dissimilar architecture to get crew to the space station. I'm not sure if this is directly derived from this, but during the Cold War, the Strategic Air Command, which is basically a special division of the Air Force that was kind of in charge of all of our nuclear stuff, has 3 different ways to deliver a nuke. ICBM, submarine launched, so an SLBM, right? Or a bomber, a conventional bomber, right? So we have bombers, submarines, or just a conventional ICBM. Hey, 2020, what's up, dude? So the idea is that you have redundant, dissimilar ways to turn your enemies into glass. That's the idea. I mean, I don't know. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. The nuclear triad, and yes, it's still the strategy. Yeah, the nuclear triumvirate. Triumvirate, I think, carries a little more context to what that means. Nader. I think I call it that, but it's the triad. Yeah, it's the nuclear triad. You're not wrong. It's pronounced nuclear. Nuclear. Say it however I want to say it. It's my damn stream. You know what I meant. The nuclear submarines are craziest to you, and they have a vibe. Think about it. It is a 50-pad launch complex that floats underwater. Well, not 50, but you get the idea. I mean, what nuclear submarines do is pretty damn impressive, if not kind of reasonably abstracted. But if you think about it, it's an underwater launch complex. Pretty cool. Yeah, is that a Davy Crockett, Kyron? Yeah. Yeah, you guys ever play Fallout? You know the Fat Man rocket, the Fat Man launcher from Fallout 4? That's based off of a real thing, by the way. Yeah, it's based off of the Davy Crockett. It was a recoilless cannon that has a nuke on the end. Yeah, it wasn't shoulder mounted like it is in the like it is in Fallout. Yeah, they quickly figured out that this isn't a good idea because if you launch it into a headwind, you're most likely going to die. Yeah. Die. Yeah. Yeah, you're most likely going to die. Is that a nuke? Yes, Linus, it is. They only fielded this for a short time, and then they realized that this is a really stupid idea. You ever played Fallout and misfire the Fat Man and blow yourself to smithereens? That, but in real life. Ah, yes, the large electrical man. Yes. Large electrical man is very, very cool. We like him. That guy's cool. Hey, Antares. They also mounted it on a truck. Can you believe that? Can you imagine that, Xerax? A drive-by nuke? Just drive over there. Boom. All right, turn around, run away. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what are you doing? I haven't really watched Habitual Line Crosser, but I do like the name. But I know he's kind of part of that group of dudes. I watch, even though I haven't really... Guys, I'm so behind on YouTube vids right now, it's kind of ridiculous. Damn. Actually, you know what? Let's design this giant rocket to chill music. Change my mind. Let's go over here. I mean, guys, I know a good deal about that stuff, but I would probably defer to, like, I don't know, defense YouTubers' judgment there. I can speak to missile tech and stuff like that in the space race and stuff. Is the first stage locked in? Is KSP Music DMCA? KSP Music is not DMCA now. First stage locked in. Yeah. Could we see a test flight? Haven't seen it in action yet. It looks awesome. It's not ready. The second stage is not manufactured. This is... The second stage and payload fairing, for all intents and purposes, are a mock-up right now. But guys, I was thinking about this. I'm not really that big of a fan of how this looks. So, the second stage on the real rocket is proportioned for hydrolox. So, it ends up having a lot of, I end up having a lot of open space in the design. I don't know how to feel about that. Maybe. I'm kind of... Yeah, I don't know. Let's... Kind of like of the opinion, maybe we should shorten the second stage a little bit. But that kind of... Build both stages. The problem is, Hellfish, is that if I built the stage to my liking, I would want to keep the wider core diameter, dude. So we'd have to redo the Interstage. Did we fix the wonk with this? Yeah, kind of. It's not pointy enough. It's not pointy enough. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? You can curse scale it for KSP. I mean, Jim, I don't even know if this thing stands up correctly. I highly doubt it. Has it ever flown like this? No. Guys, keep in mind, we're in the master craft file. This is not... If I put this out right now, it'll just fall apart. Except for the first stage. First stage is good. Yeah, maybe I'll just keep it. We'll just keep it like it is for now. Wanted to create a scale replica. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll make the scale replica and then we'll make the scale replica and then I'll modify it for how I see fit. So one thing that I'm pretty dang concerned about, dudes, is the interstage holding up. This thing is supposed to use same vessel interaction to go together correctly. That could be difficult. I'm thinking. Same vessel interaction, I'm not sure it's going to give us what we want. I don't think this will survive. Maybe. My conventional reusable stage detachment systems might not be up to par here. We're gonna have to do some manner of load testing here to see if this works. I'm just trying to figure out how... For point of reference, same vessel interaction works fine on your design. Okay. Yum Food, I'd prefer it to look like its real-life counterpart, if you don't mind. What did you do yesterday to fix the issue? I ended up editing the fairing shapes in the code for the craft file. Fairing clipping is what does it, is what's causing the problem. And this stage was pretty robustly tested. I still have a feeling it's gonna pop if we try to put the thing out, but... Just thinking. SVI did work for you, huh, Xerax? Same vessel interaction, Rarest. Basically, the fairing is colliding. The interstage fairing on here is colliding with the aft skirt of the stage, and that's what's holding it up. Not necessarily just struts. How are we doing today? I'm all right. I think I actually added all the dang struts into this. The second stage is quite actually just the first stage. It's the first stage just in a different shape. All the parts are the same in the same positions, except it doesn't have as many fuel tanks. I had a little flex on the interstage, but nothing concerning. That's good. Hey Wraith, what's going on? Has the stack as it's been right now been on the pad yet? No, it has not. I wanted to do some editing on the second stage. I wanted to do some editing on the second stage, but because it's probably going to pop. The second stage is probably going to explode once we put this thing out on the pad, but how much? Just finished your shift. How's it going? It's going good, Wraith. Yeah, it's good. I don't know why, but the design is growing on you. Pretty large. It's a pretty big design. All right, well, let's do a stack test. So if we're going to do a stack test, we're going to okay, so that needs to be detached. We need to detach the first stage, get rid of the stage 1 control node, and then reattach it right there. Nope. Didn't work because it closed the fairing on the ring. Hey, Supersonic, it's going good, man. So that back fairing, for whatever reason, I closed it on the ring, and that's not, it shouldn't be like that. Okay. I'm gonna have to take this fairing, and we're gonna have to edit it. What's getting in the way? Not letting me build it. All right, well. Okay, so much for that. Reload again. So I closed that on the upper stage there, which is no good because the second I detach it, it's going to delete the fairing. If a fairing is closed on another fairing and you pull it apart, it's going to delete the fairing. Did you manage to fix the problems in Jack's City? Some of them. I fixed some of them, but right when I fixed it, the oil well that highway was meant to service all dried up. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. It's clipping on the fairing. That's what's going on. How's the progress? It's going all right, King Kid. This is why I use the control nodes to fix everything. This should fix this problem. Okay, that should fix that. So now let me get my ruler nodes out of the way. And okay, separate the stage. Didn't delete the fairing that time. Flip that thing over. Reattach to there, and now it should all line up. Okay. I won't put the fairing on there for the stack test just because I have a feeling that the second stage is going to divide by 0 the second we hit the gas, dude. All right, save, reroute to there, get rid of the second stage control node, and we'll do what we've been doing, only with the second stage. There we go. And then we got to put the old clamperinos down here. And put them in the same AG. I mean, it should work. Or you're all about to see a very, very big explosion. See? How do you feel about hybrid rocket engines? Hybrids are kind of cool. Kind of with Joe on that one. Yeah, Joey B over at Beppis Space Systems. Saw that one coming. Structural failure between EP50 engine plate and 5-meter fairing. The real question is, which engine plate was it? Yeah, that might work. Yeah, I mean, if they're, I don't really mind hybrid engines. There's a very limited area where hybrid engines are kind of like a viable design decision, you know? It really depends on what you're doing. Like, for something like what Virgin Orbit does, hybrids are fine. That works great. But, yeah, I don't know. Really? That's all it took, huh? Okay, send it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Structural failure between AEF5 engine plate. I don't think that worked. Well, you got it to stand up. You know, that's kind of cool. We need to do the ring delete. I didn't do them. I didn't do it, but we need to. K-speed. Aim-vessel interaction is not really doing me any favors here. I mean, we could try to... That's locked, because it's on an engine plate. We could try that, but that's probably not gonna work. Yeah, this Xerex, I don't know what you did to get SVI working, but I'm having trouble with it. I mean, it could, but then again, we could be getting a ton of false positives from that second stage because it has a bunch of fairings clipped into each other. I've seen it, Penta. It's pretty cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Jude, what's going on? Hey, what have you been up to? Been like 2 years. It's the last time I caught your stream. Been super busy getting my airplane mechanics license. You graduate next month. Right on, man. I took a break from KSP. Work more in the shop now. But I'm back. Yeah. It's been a weird couple of years.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm sorry, what? Jude, just give me a second. We have no fairing. Yeah, whatever. Think it'll explode at separation? Yes. Okay, we're through max Q. Throttling the engines back up. Huh. I mean, it might stage, dude. I don't see why it wouldn't. Our engines, our second stage engines are notoriously underpowered, though. I didn't overclock them because, honestly, I didn't think we'd get this far. That's a pretty good lob right there. All right, stand by for staging, I guess. Way underpowered second stage. Like, way underpowered. We got no TWR here. That stage, though, we're still decelerating. We gotta overclock the engines. Did work, though. Duh. Look, we could still see the damn stage. Their TWR is just getting above 1. Come on. I haven't put any ullage motors on it, but yeah. $114? 1 minute 23 to AP. Yeah, this has no payload on it either. If we had a payload on, we'd be screwed. We'd be dead. You'll be dead. Why did the struts fix the problem? I'm not entirely sure that they did, Rarest. Considering I ignited the engines in a different way. I ignited the engines at like half throttle, then released the clamps and then throttled up. So, yeah. It'd be, you know, I'll tell you, this is going to make this a lot easier if we don't have to do the modifications in the crap file to the second stage, but... I wish I had a good Delta V readout here, but... No, Panta, I don't want to do that at all. That was a hell of a lob from that first stage, I'll tell you. She's still flying. Man. That's crazy. Yeah, we're falling. This is bad. We have the Delta V, we don't have the TWR. Yeah, it's kind of like Centaur. You could make that stage recoverable. I'm not sure how. I mean, it's 400 tons by itself, Jonas, but yeah, maybe we could make it boost back or something. I don't know. This thing might make it. It might do it. It's gonna be close, but as long as if I point slight radial out, that might give me the thrust that I need to keep the apogee high. We cross 2,000 kilometers. I'll turn and burn, man. We'll do it. 1,800. Yeah, these engines should have 3 times the thrust. They need 6,000 kilonewtons of thrust to equal the M1s. And I was thinking about making fairings, making nozzle extensions for the engines. Not that it's gonna matter, but I thought it would look cool. Yeah, I think we'll make it. All right, turn it straight. We'll make it. That's basically how Centaur gets into space, dudes. Fun fact. Now, if we really wanted to make this hyper efficient, we'd burn radial out right here. Well, not efficient, good insertion. Radial out trades AP for PE. Radial in trades PE for AP. Well, kind of. It's kind of how that works, but it's kind of not. Once we get the AP back to us, switch this to a positive grade burn. Well, we just got 1,000 tons. We have 1,000 tons left. I mean, there it is. Yeah, no, it exists. Yeah, 94 by 93. How much Delta V do we have left? A lot. Yeah, Tessa, we have a good amount left over. Couple thousand, easily enough to get to the moon. It's not giving me a good Delta V readout, but can it survive re-entry? With fairings, yeah, probably. Now slam it into the ground for its past discretions. Last, for a question, if you've got time. I've been thinking about rocket plumes. What do you think would happen to the plume? What do you think would happen to the plume in vacuum if you increase specific impulse on a logarithmic scale? Would it still overexpand, or at what point would it stop? I'm thinking. So, Seacrack, can you talk about increasing specific impulse logarithmically, which means it parabolically goes up over time? I mean, how are you? Well, I mean, a conditional hypothetical. My brain immediately defaults to how are you increasing specific impulse over time? You would have to have a variable geometry throat to do something like that, or like tripropellants, a tripropellant injection or something. Well, overexpansion happens in atmosphere, dude. Well, no. Yeah. It's the opposite. So you would have under expansion at higher altitudes. It would basically look like that. That's what it would do. It would look like that no matter what. I mean, if I'm thinking about that right. Assuming fixed nozzle geometry architecture, the gas speed coming out shouldn't really affect how it propagates into the vacuum. I mean, you might get more of a straight plume coming out at that high a speed, dude. If I had to guess, it would look more like a plume down here, dude, because you're shooting the gas out at such a high speed, like you're like if this is so that's your rocket, right? Like at 400 seconds specific impulse, your plume looks like that, right? At 4,000 seconds, it would probably look like this. At 40,000, it'd probably look like that. But see, because you're logarithmic, right? Right, so that's like 400 seconds, right? Because you're logarithmic and you're going into a vacuum, it's still going to have to take into account the pressure. So this is a guess. We'd have to do the math. I don't know. This is a little out of my wheelhouse, but like at 4,000 seconds, you'd probably get something like this. At 40,000 seconds, you'd probably get something like that. Eventually, you'd get the overexpansion, right? Eventually. That's just a guess, though. I'm not 100% sure. Like, yeah, it might be to the point where you would get overexpansion because you're shooting the stuff out so fast. But yeah. But I just realized the amount of force of it makes it spread out would be the same, but over a time period, it would travel 10 times the distance for the above example. Yeah. If I was thinking about that right, yeah. I mean, yeah, basically. Think of it like how stuff moves around in space. The faster you go, the straighter line the less gravitational perturbations you have to deal with. Not that gravity is perturbing your exhaust, it's much more about pressure. But that's the idea. Object in motion stays in motion. You're shooting it out at such a crazy fast speed, it would take a second to depressurize. Because, I mean, here, let's go back down. Let's try to launch this again. That would be something. So I want to see something. I want to get rid of these, and I want to see if that throttle up at ignition makes it work. All right, let's try this again. This could result in explosives. Keep in mind, I don't have any ullage motors or anything. We don't have any separation systems. Our first core doesn't have a probe core. Nothing. We didn't really finalize the first stage yesterday. Like by putting a probe core on it and its final avionics package and batteries, and you know, if we're doing reuse and boost backs on like control surfaces or whatever. Jogs d over dx log x equals 1 divided by x. Yeah, is that the math for it, dude? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can visualize it in my head, but I don't know the math behind it. I can see it. I can see what it would be doing. Yeah, those struts absolutely help, by the way. Yeah, those struts absolutely make a difference. The reason I was interested in this is I was watching The Expanse and Avatar, and I was thinking about the Plume. Yeah, The Expanse doesn't get it exactly right, but then again, what the hell do we know what a fusion plasma drive that makes like 40,000 second specific impulse looks like, you know? Like, how do we know what that looks like? We know how it looks like because we do physics. Yeah. Okay, let me rephrase that. I didn't say that exactly right. How the heck did the visual effects artist that was in the production studio working on The Expanse, how do they know what that looks like? Could they ask someone that does math, Antonin? Of course. Sure. Clearly they didn't. Clearly they didn't. Yep. Okay. So, we have to do some work with fairing clip. It's this piece right there, the piece that has same vessel interaction that's screwing up. So guys, part of my design expectations for this vehicle is that we, maybe we could reuse it someday. So remember, I need to have a reusable decoupler. And that means not relying on struts for this thing to stand up straight. Perhaps a different docking port style might do it. We might need a bigger docking port and a bigger node connection. But once again, I'm trying to rely on having the same vessel interaction between my aft skirt, my stage aft skirt, and my upper stage, or my first stage interstage. Fairings are really strong to hold up weight. Yes, I understand that, which is probably why, actually, you know what? I hate the freaking VAB controls. I hate them so much. They're so bad. That might fix it. Remember, once again, my expectations here are that the only thing that holds the stages together is the docking port right there, the small docking port, and fairings with vessel colliders enabled on them. We can't get the vehicle to hold up like this, and we need struts to do it. It's not meeting my expectations. We did get a way for it to work, but you could basically kiss first stage reuse goodbye at that point. Hey, Lava Eagle, what's up, man? You strutted all the fairing bases together. From stage to stage, Xerax. Hey, Minion, I've not checked this game out in a while. Does no one play KSP2? KSP2 is abandonware. I mean, KSP1 is for... No, okay, that's good. Yeah, KSP2 is unfinished and abandoned. KSP1 is way more feature complete. It's way better. Don't explode. It's gonna explode right there. Yep. That's a nice explosion though, look at that. See? Very nice. Have we looked into it today since I'm writing your bullcrap thesis? Oh no, bachelor's thesis, sorry. I'm just messing with you, Lava. Love you, buddy. What happened to the rocket? It seemed to work yesterday. Did it seem to work with an upper stage yesterday, Dino? Well, to be honest, Lava, I'm just messing with you, dude. I'm just messing. I'm trying to get it to hold up that same 2,000 tons that we were doing the other day, Dino. But I'm trying to get it to hold up using vessel fairing interaction, which is proving to be a little bit of a challenge. That might have something to do with it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Bearings got to touch each other if you want them to hold up. Now let's try. Hey, Red 8, 123 month resub. That's amazing. I got the same combination on your luggage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why use an upper stage when you can use an aero spike? Because that's not what the design calls for. We have to make informed design decisions, and we're doing it off of that NTRS report, so that's your stakeholder expectations. The other versions did have a spike design, which is actually kind of bananas to me, but it's gonna blow up, watch. Look. See? See that? That's the interstage with same vehicle interaction. See that? See how it's bent? That's what screwed us. Anything left over here? And the engine aft skirt. Got some motors back. Let's try something. Hey Leahy, what's going on, man? Long time no see. You hate to ask questions I know are probably asked a lot, just not seeing any commands I can utilize. Is there an active updated mod list for this playthrough? I think KSP1 mods. Dude. Yeah, Rare's got it. Why do you have same vessel interaction on? Because the fairing is holding up the engines, dude. Look, see? Let's see if this works. Ready? Nope. So, EJ, obviously Vanguard was not great. How do you feel about Scouts? Scouts are a good rocket, very underrated for its time, Ethereal. In fact, I think that... Okay. You know how me and, a bunch of the other people on NSF have kind of this bit where some of us like Ares 1, some of us don't. I like Ares 1 because I think Ares 1 could be employed in the exact same way as they employed as how Scout was built. They could do that. You could do that pretty easily. And with high flight rates, you could have an SRB first stage using an RSRB 5 segment, right? And because SRBs are easy to manufacture, they just take a long time to make, right? Because you got to cure all the propellants, right? You could really make an argument for making an Ares 1 style lifter that is comparable or competitive in price with Falcon 9. Even achieving a relatively low flight rate, for the tonnage to orbit, you could do it. It's not bad. Hey, Tyriggs, what's up? I want to try that again. Hey, drummer. Who broke my bot? I don't know. So, yeah, I like Scout. Scout was a good rocket, but then again, the reason why Scout worked is because it's made out of ICBM parts. It's just a couple of different ICBM first stages stacked on top of each other. So, yeah, I mean, once again, you could make the argument that could work. I'm pretty sure you could. Which is why Jebstone is so stupid for a KSB career mode for price to performance. Correct. How do you think I informed that? How do you think I got to that informed decision, Nova? See, I can get this damn thing to stand up, but I'm not sure if it's going to. Look at that. Well, it worked for a second. And then it didn't. We've had an anomaly. We need to secure the area? Yeah, maybe, Gorthon. I'm just having some fun with KSP. That's where I started back in the day. Did you have a permit for that test? Yeah. We're going to need a centering mechanism. Thank you for answering. Of course, Gorthon. Yeah, I'm getting back into KSB. I don't want to get back into it and play career mode when my skills, like when I'm still kind of rusty. And this is what I'm having fun with, dude. I'm just let me have fun with this. We'll see where it takes us. Did you ever get to all the planets in KSB career mode, or were you drawn by building? In career, I'm not sure. I don't think so. In KSP2, I went to all the planets. Yeah. Yeah, the career mode with the Jebstone rockets. That career mode ruled, dude. There be again mission mode. Yeah, I just got through saying probably in the future, but let me have fun with the game, guys. I just want to have fun playing it, okay? Yeah, that was pretty good, Rarest, yeah. Don't forget to clock up the engines. Yeah. Could you do a Starship recreation with a reliable working tower and chopsticks? Yes. It's a lot of parts though, dude. Yeah, Nader, that's where I'm at. I just want to enjoy KSP again, dude. I don't... Yeah. I'm not committing to anything, dude. Just let me play the game. Pretty much, Vox. Yeah. Or Bowsy. Is it Bowsy? Yeah. So there was, when we made that stack file, there was a gap between the Interstage and this. It's that gap there. It looks like an overlap because of how the docking ports go together, dude. That's a big one. So some finalizations that we need to do here. Interstage. Is there a tutorial on how you do the engine overclock? Go here. I hate click through. I'll just overclock the second stage engines, dude, and I'll show you. Why are you using docking ports instead of decouplers? I am using a decoupler. It's right there. See it? Yeah, a little bit of rain going, no big deal. Alright, watch. So Nader, check this out. Ready? So go to your cal controller. Open up the editor. Click actions. Jeez, oh my god, when you have so many fairings, the game gets so pushy. So second stage overclock. Click on the motor. Click on the cal controller. Click thrust limiter. And do it 3 times. Or however many engines you want. Now, the thrust limiter, if I move the curve here, right? Now watch. It will change It says 0, but it'll change wherever you need to go. So, you know, like, you can ramp it up to 100 and down. Now, what you can do is just do this. Make the curve go off the page. And watch the thrust limiter. Ready? Now they have 200% thrust. Second stage needs a 200% overclock, so you could just make the curve big enough and just move them on the curve. Does it come at the cost of heat and fuel? Yes. Yeah, there is a drawback. There we go. 200 on the dot. Now copy that. Copy that. Paste it. Paste it. And now all three of those motors, right? Don't ever play the cow controller. And now all three of those motors are at 200%. They all should be at the right thing. But yeah, there you go. It's that, yeah, that's it. It's that easy. That's correct, Zombie. Part of the problem that I'm having with the stack, guys, is that we don't have 19 Mastodons down here. They're 300%. Or we don't have 18. 19. We don't have 19. We have 19 engines, but they all produce 3 times the amount of thrust. So we have 19 times 3. We have the equivalent of 57 down here. That's a lot of power. That's 75 meganewtons of thrust. That's a lot. Some of the biggest problems that I'm having with this is that it's pushing so hard up on these things that it's breaking them right off the bat. That's why we had to edit some of the file around a little bit. No, second stage engines weren't placed in symmetry, I don't think. You placed them one at a time. So how... Yeah, I understand that because they're on 6x symmetry. They're on a 6x symmetry node. I'm about to make the modifications to the second stage, dude. She's a beaut. Thanks, Space Ghost. It does look good, right? Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking. You know what? Let's do something. Let's build the nozzles for the engines. The nozzles for these are not the same. It's the right expansion ratio, but the wrong size. So let's do something a little different. Let's go over here. Give me a girder segment that will work as a control node here. And here's what we're going to do. Give me a 1.8 meter fairing. Engine. We need the Rhino. And Mr. Rhino here is going to need a little bit of a nozzle extension, I think. I didn't click on that piece, but you know. I just messed with my rulers. Well, not sure if you heard, but SpaceX announced Starship will start launching Starlink missions on Starship in the first half of 2026. Cool. Let's turn the camera the other way so we don't accidentally click on something. There we go. That's pretty much what an M1 was supposed to look like. Yeah. Pretty good, right? You can even make it look nice. Oh, yeah, dude. Will the fairing impact the gimbal? It shouldn't. Yeah, that's the size of an M1 nozzle, like give or take. I mean, it's freehand, but, and actually my expansion ratio is kind of terrible. Not that this matters. This is purely for aesthetic reasons. That would blow up a rocket engine real quick. There we go. That's good. You could model it. Nah. No, I'm good. The problem is that when we get into the upper stage, the plume's going to look like it's leaking out of the nozzle, which is generally a big no-no. But then again, I really didn't like how these were mounted this way anyway. I'm going to mount them on the main body. Shouldn't block the thrust limiter. It should be okay. I like the chrome nozzles. Yeah. Want to gimbal through the fairing? Only a little bit, think. It's gonna look a little funky, but I mean, yeah, it will to an extent. Oh no. You know, Snack this a while back made a skiff and a wolfhound engine that was similar enough to an M1. It's not big enough. It's not big enough. That's what an M1 would look like scaled. They're gigantic. They're 3 stories tall, dude. But skiff hounds, I know about skiff hounds, with that being said, and that is pretty cool. But we're gonna need one more. Like I said, these should work. Go ahead, dude. Are they even gonna fit in the damn fairing? They might not fit. Ain't gonna fit. Yeah. The M1 engine ain't gonna fit. Won't fit. Nope, ain't gonna fit like that. Oh, I guess it will. Barely, but that's what it is, dude. Look, that M1's going right to the edge of the cone right there because it's gigantic. Sweet. It's gonna look so goofy if it goes, dude. I hope the thrust limiter for this is in the right spot. It could blow the fairing off. It's possible. We could have nozzle burn through. What in the world are those engine nozzles? They're M1s, dude. RD270M. It's better than the F1. Yeah, whatever. So, what I really need to do with the second stage is edit the fairings. One, two, 3, and then 4. All right, let's do that. Let's go Hackermans. I'm also going to make a backup of the master file just in case. Copy, desktop, paste. All right. So we need fairing size 4. Just look at the diameter X sections until it's at max diameter and delete all the smaller ones. Yes. Precisely. Could have done with that yesterday, 95. Jeez. 530. Radius is 5.9. 5.3. See, I don't know which fairing this is, dude, to be honest. That's a cylindric piece, so that's one of them. That's one of the melon farmers we can get rid of. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is the we have 1, 2, 3 sections at 5.9. So 1, 2, 3. That's that fairing. That's that one right there. We need to edit every other fairing except for that one. That means this one. So 1, 2, 3. Last one should be around 5.9. 590 to 590. Okay, that's the barrel of the second stage, so we got to go up. There was another fairing in the design here. $5.9 to $5.3. What the heck fairing is that? I don't know what fairing this one is. I don't know. Seven. Just delete it in the craft file and hit undo. At 12. What Mutter said. Change the texture of it. Okay. Ahem. Nice, Irax. It doesn't look like it's holding very well, though. We'll get some centering devices on it. Alright, so the first fairing that I need to edit is the, this one. So I'll change that to that. And we'll see where that gets us. So save. It's gonna say the file's been reloaded.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Enjoying your stream since 2014 IIRC, so that's approximately $1 per month.
Thanks. Thanks, username. 130 smackaroos, man. Thank you. It's sliding around, not great. We need a centering device there, Axe, because they're gonna skitch. They're gonna skitch around. It's a lot of weight, dude. Thank you. I appreciate that, username. Mutter, what are we looking for? Force grandparent, that's the one that's attached to an engine plate. I'm just trying to look where it assigns the texture. So many fairings. All right. Mutter, where can we tell the different texture of this thing, though? Structural nodes. Got it. That's the fairing interstage nodes. May I make a humble request for Rimworld music? I don't know if it nukes the YouTube VOD, Hando. So I'll get back to you on that one. Oh, we could always use the KOS name tags. So just passed it. Oh, black and white. Selected variant, yeah, all right. What's this attached to? got me pretending you gotta go. Selected variant equals orange, I think is the is what we're looking for. Yep. 530, catch flag. And it is a procedural fairing that's on module 4. There we go. Got it. All right, so get rid of that. Get rid of that. And keep the last 2 sections. There we go. Save. Back it up. I don't think so, Mutter, no. Fun fact, if you make the height negative, which puts the fairing behind the plate, parts in that section won't be included. There we go. That worked. Good call, Mutter. Now, this fairing right here, that one needs the same thing done to it. Three, 518, 3x sections above, boom. There it is. Butter, good call, man. That made that way easier. Okay, cool. Save the file. Now take this bad boy, reload it. So I'm getting rid of the curvy parts of the fairings because it clips. That's a real, it's kind of a little way of doing things, but here we go, she gone. And you know, I was reading about this a little bit off stream, dudes. You know what we could do with these pieces here? Anything that's set as black and white, we can make them a single piece fairing. Watch this. You save this, you can make them a single piece. Load the saved thing. You can make them a ring, and that'll probably make us way more stable, dude. If we put the N arcs to 1, right? Save it. Go to the next one, and arcs 1. That'll probably make them very, very strong for holding stuff up. That'll probably make them easier to hold up, but we're still gonna need a guiding mechanism to help this thing get centered. The narcs, I'd never knock on nobody. I'd never knocked on nobody. All right, get this bad boy in here like this. Watch. Yeah, the interstages are. Oh, that's cool. All right, that should do it, man. Never knocked on nobody. All right. We're still gonna have to do some modifications here. I gotta move this back. And believe it or not, this bad boy oh, that's gonna look sick, dude. Klesman, it's pretty large, man. Yeah, it's pretty big. Dude, I don't know if that's gonna clear. Alright, so what we're gonna have to do is take this fairing piece, and this is gonna need to go all the way forward. And then temporarily, this sucker is gonna have to go backwards. And we're gonna have to try to edit an edited fairing. This might blow up the game. It didn't. Dude. This is, you know, I was kind of like, fairing editing, whatever. But, it's actually pretty cool. Bit off topic, but I gotta say I really liked your City Skyline stream with Jack yesterday. Couldn't watch it to the end, but hope you guys will continue this new repair saga. Yeah. I want to play cities. Yeah, I want to play more cities. I used the strut plus cubic octag method to strut these stages together. Yeah, but if, well, yeah. Okay. Skyline's 1, rarest. I'm not touching 2. We don't need to do that. Man, you know, we don't need to do that. So 95, if I ever want to do reuse, right? If we ever want to do that, man, we're gonna have to, you ever finish the Red Dead playthrough? No, I stopped. If we ever want to do reuse 95, we're gonna have to have a strutless design between our interstages. It's a little bit of a design challenge for your boy. Could you send in a Kerbal to manually strut? I mean, yeah. Ullage motors, we're gonna need them. I gotta put first stage avionics in. There we go. The ullage motors in your design. Dude, that's crazy. Kind of funny seeing pictures of a Falcon 9 pairing coming out of an Amazon building. It is a little peculiar, that's for sure. Alright, I gotta go. Welcome to the dark side. Shut the hell up. Shut your filthy frickin' mouth. Yeah, I know. This is pretty cool, though. How much thrust that thing have? Ooh, 192 kilonewtons of thrust. What's our burn time here? That should give me a little over 2 seconds of burn. Hell yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Are we really using fleas as separator motors? Bro, the stage is 400 tons. What do you want? $400 tons empty. Empty. The opposite of full. You can technically refuel SRBs. I know. I was part of the stream where we figured that out. Question? Actually. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure I did that when you were here, I think. Okay. Okie dokie. This thing is really gonna do something. You know what? Let's do it in 3x symmetry. That would look amazing. Or we could just go with ullage separators on the upper stage and go from there. But this is kind of too cool to not do. So. We'll do this for now until we come up with a more primo separation system. There we go. Yes! So actually, I should be able to turn these. And the nose cone looks like it's in a cell now. Yeah, dude. Oh, that's sick. All right, take that, set it to 42, maximum thrust. Go here, take that. 42, maximum thrust. Okay, cool. So where are my three mains? Actually, we won't really need to worry about staging until we get to the master file. All right, well, that's generally the idea here. Why were Apollo and post-Apollo so freaking well thought out? Because Von Braun was a hell of a project manager, man. Because we still taught math in school. Computers do the thinking now. Dude, you know, that, MIT released a study a couple of weeks ago about how people that use ChatGPT don't really critically think as much because the thing just does everything for you. I mean, now, that's not to say that I'm anti, like, large language model or anything like that. I don't, whatever. It's a tool and it should be understood. But no, but you got to think about anything that was engineered in the 60s. And I really honestly and truly think there is some merit to this kind of way of looking at things. We don't draw out blueprints anymore. We don't do the math manually. Everything is done by a computer. And that's not to say that that's a bad thing. However, the guys that thought up stuff like this didn't really have, I mean, they had a slide rule, right? A slide rule and maybe a very, very basic calculator that was the size of a small dorm room, right? Like, I mean, fully electronic stuff wasn't there yet, right? So these guys had to do the math out. You had to do the math out. And if you got it wrong, it blows up. right? So that makes you really double and triple check your math. And I personally think that if you're doing everything out manually, you are more informed about the design. There's a reason why the Saturn V worked. And it worked pretty much on the first try, right? Because if you're doing it out by hand, if you're doing the math out by hand, you better be damn sure that that's right. So that's going to force you inadvertently to check your work, right? You're going to check your work, because if it's wrong, somebody could die, right? And then it's your butt, right? And then you're screwed, right? So the guys that will work on this inadvertently, because of the way we designed stuff back then, went through a very, 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 very stringent design criteria. It had to be done that way, because if you don't get it right, it's not going to work. You know, it's just something to think about. Having to draw it out, especially with design, having to blueprint it out, and having, like, a blueprint isn't just it. You know, you're gonna have to understand, like, machining and stuff. And there were machining limitations that basically forced the people that were drafting and the people that designed this stuff to know the entire pipeline. Not necessarily pipeline manufacturing. It's not necessarily something that happens nowadays. There are exceptions to the rule. I already see people, what do you mean? I need to do that at SpaceX? Yeah, of course, there are exceptions to the rule. Everything used to be designed like how things are made at SpaceX. Everything used to be done that way. Very stringent, you know. I think there is some calculators for humans. That's right. I think there is some merit to designing stuff that way. And I think that even in this day and age, there's some merit to designing stuff that way. But yeah, why was it crazy? Well, because they had the tools and they had the talent. And when you're designing something this big, you're not just going to build it and be like, yeah, put it out on the pad a bunch of times and let it blow up like what you can do on a computer. You have to make it work. That's really important. No, it's not going to be exactly like that, John. I mean, I could make it stage that way if we really wanted to. I could make it jettison the Interstage Saturn style. It's totally doable. Might break though. Either way, what we really need to do is go in here and make a guide mechanism. And I'm getting our old friend, the spectral bearing, out. Okay. Interesting. Now, I'm not putting RCS on here, but here's what we're doing. Watch. I'm making a little bit of a guide mechanism to help keep our stage centered, and I'm making it out of RCS balls and fluid spectrometers. This is a battle-tested design. Okay, take these, bring them around town. We need to stage one guide rod to make it look like it's not just floating in 3D space. There we go. There should be another one of these bad boys up here. Okay, should be another one over here. Just make sure everything is done in symmetry. What are these guides supposed to do? Hold the second stage centered over the first stage. Once again, Penru, we're building with a design requirement that we might be able to someday get our first stage back. If that's the case, I need to be able to reattach another stage to this. So I'm going to need a guide rod. But we also need the thing to stay still as well. That's really important. Like on the way up, I can't have it skitching around. The interstage can't be skitching like this. It'll break it. Like what we saw during testing. So they're supposed to keep the stage in line. That's a big one. What if you do clamping parts on the outside like Starship? I don't need clamping parts. The docking port does the clamping for me. The docking port will keep everything clamped together. I need to keep stuff centered. So if the docking port is the proverbial nut, these pieces are proverbial bolts. And then the flanges between the stages serve as your structure. How does SpaceX keep the stage in line for reuse? Guide rods, same thing. Their separating mechanism has a bunch of push rods on it. All right, Prometheus R10 stack test. Actually, no. Yeah, do it. Override it. Let's go. Those aren't the right diameters. Oh, no wonder that didn't work. Hang on, I just got to check some things here. 53054. So 5905888522. Okay, I need to go up one. We need to get the diameter here, right? Which should be close. 5333. That one right there. Copy that. Bring that down here. Go to the next fairing, which goes from 5. Those should be the same number. We really want this to work right. What are we coding? Hey, Pilch. What's going on, man? Long time no see. I'm messing with fairings to make sure the fairings are nice and straight. Fairing clipping is what's plaguing this vehicle right now. So I'm modifying the fairings so they don't really clip into each other, but we still make it look right. Is this modded? Only visual mods, dude. I mean, I don't know, guys. That might hold. It might. It might do it with the guide rings, so. I'm working on a pretty big rocket right now, dude. I'm about to do some kind of stack testing. You excited for KFO1? Yeah. Yeah, man. That should be fun. I'll just leave that like that. We're gonna go to deploy that thing and it's going to explode. But we're gonna send it anyway. I highly doubt this is going to work, but that ain't gonna stop us now, is it? That ain't gonna stop us. Because I'm not stopping at the moon. Write this down. M-A-R-S. Or no. Write this down. D-U-N-A. Duna, chat. Red Rocks. What are you gonna launch on this thing? What aren't we going to launch on this thing is really kind of more the question. That's gonna be our winner right there. We're gonna trick this thing into strutting it for us. The fairings on the engines, I'm going to have them set as a heaviest part auto strut. And what it's going to do, it's going to run a heaviest part auto strut on the 3 engines down to the tanks, effectively making struts for us. The frame rate is because of too many fairings. Kerbal hates it for whatever reason. There we go. Oh, here it comes. Oh, it's going to be a rot. The M1s look good. I don't know if they're gonna work. There's a lot of what ifs riding on this thing. So, oh look, we're too tall for the VAB. Yes. There's a lot of what ifs. So, you know, we're either gonna see a rocket launch or a big explosion. Either way, we're all gonna have a lot of fun, right? Do we have a test payload now? No. No. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, you know. What's on the launch manifest for today? Ares 1 test flight, Starlink mission, and then the KF-01 Kuiper mission on a Falcon 9. The game's like, you sure you sure you want me to put this out on the pad? I'm like, yes, game, I do. And they're like, it's like, you know, like, I'm like, it's gonna work. And they're like, eh. Game's like, you sure about that? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? I'm like, did no one tell him about Ares? What do you mean? I just said the Ares test flight's happening. You damn cheeseburger. How much RAM is KSP using? Whoa. Whoa. All right, there it goes. Really? What's that pinwheeling away? Oh, that's my thrust structure thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's good. Structural linkage between Don't you structurally link my fist up your butt? Don't. I'm sorry, what? It's nod and smile and wave. Ares has been delayed until 5 p.m. tomorrow. Why you gotta go and ruin my day like that, cheeseburger? Huh? That's not nice. Yeah, Kirby's using like 20 gigs of RAM. We should probably just tell it to summer down now. Summer down now. Summer down now. You introduced a lot of changes between this and the last iteration. Yeah. Yep. Looks like it failed in the middle. Yeah. I'm sorry, we tried to tell you. Well, why'd you tell me? I told you telling me ruined my day. Why couldn't you wait until let somebody else ruin my day? You had to ruin my day? You wanted to be the one cheeseburger? Huh? Huh? No, it's cool. Yeah. All right. So what's on the docket for today? Well, if air is scrubbed, we have a Starlink and a Kuiper mission launching on the same vehicle, which is pretty funny. Not the same rocket launch. It's two different launches, both on Falcon 9s. Hey, Jack. Damn it, Shotch. I know Shotch. I did at one point. I haven't seen him in years. That doesn't ruin my day. Stating facts doesn't ruin my day, Tessa. Trying to build props for a boat in KSP, but I can't get any thrust. You need a lot of torque to do that, dude. A lot of torque. KSP's water basically acts like silly putty until you get past 0.3 meters a second. If you can get past 0.3 meters a second, then you'll start going. But in order to not make it so something won't endlessly drift through the waves, if you go below 0.3 meters a second, it'll kind of stick you in place like jello. Cities tonight with Mr. Yak. I might just play cities, dude. I don't know. No problem. All right, let's see what happens not in like at 2 frames a second. All right, see? The load time was a little bit better that time. Where did it go? Hold on. Oh, damn, that was pretty sweet. Deploy the fairing. Huh. That wasn't a complete catastrophic structural failure. That was... Wait, is this set as same vessel collision? Yes. What about down here? Is that set as SVI? Tell me it is. Okay. Jeez. Okay. All right. Baron, what's that? Small follow-up to yesterday's discussion about Terran R. So I asked an old friend who works there about the tank and bulkhead design, and brace yourself for this. The middle header tank isn't used for landing. It's an LH2 tank. I asked an old friend who works there about the tank and bulkhead design, and brace yourselves for this. The middle header tank isn't used for landing, it's an LH2 tank. Hydrogen. The engines are using hydrogen torch igniters and a bit of hydrogen to boost during the first minute of flight. That's a vibe. Do the nozzle extensions make a difference? No, they just look cool. If I could ever get to that point. Right now, the rocket's being a little stubborn. Can you just stay still, you piece of duty? Interesting, Baron. I think this is gonna blow up when when we do this, but I'll set it at 2/3 throttle. And ready? So at least the nozzle survived. Oh, never mind. It's those two fairings, they aren't playing nice. Would love to get your thoughts on this. Alright, Jack, what's up? Love to get your thoughts on any ways to do this better, though, especially with landed colonies that can't figure out the best way to assemble them. Very clean. Very nice. Landed on Ike. Okay. Those look great, dude. Yeah, man. Very nice. What do you need help with? You don't need my help. I'd love to get thoughts on any ways to do it better, though, especially with landed colonies, as I can figure out the best way to assemble them. A crane. Crane, dude. Freaking crane, bro. That's what I did in one of my saves. I used robotics to make a crane. To make basically an excavator, but instead of an excavator, it had a docking port on the top. Pick up modules, put them together. Easy peasy. The other way to do it is, the other way that I've used in the past to pretty good success is, oh, what the hell? I forgot the name of it. hold on. Lucy? No. I can't believe I blanked on the name on that thing. Athlete. That's what it's called. Athlete. I think. Yes. So this is another way. Here, you could use. I use a design called Athlete, which is basically well, that. It's a cart that it's a cart that has adjustable ride height that you can drive underneath modules, lift them up, and move them. Basically a pallet jack for lunar modules. That's how I do it. Were you not supposed to be teaching Jack something after the flame change after show stuff? No, that's not. Jack 4607 is not Jack. That's not Mr. Yak. Starlight I did last night. Remember, you're on the. These things work really well on the moon because lower gravity. But yeah, Athlete. I built a four-wheeled version of that basically looks like a. Basically built an SBMT for the moon. But Athlete is pretty cool because you could stack modules. You could stack modules, or you could pull them off of a lunar lander. Athlete was part of Project Constellation, and you know, we decided we didn't want to do that because it was too expensive because my Great Recession, which was basically, once again, save for canceling Apollo. That was the most idiotic space policies since like canceling Constellation was really stupid. It was really stupid. That was a really dumb thing to do. What inspired you to do this? To build the rocket? I came across a crazy technical report detailing its design that I hadn't seen before. And I was like, you know what? We should build that in Kerbal. Seems like every space policy is the stupidest thing to do since the last stupid thing that was done. Yeah, I know, No Wrath. That's pretty much the case. I'm saying on like all-time like stupidest decisions. So the first and foremost at the top is getting rid of Apollo. That was by far NASA's most bonehead move. It's not NASA's decision, but you get the idea. That was a huge misstep. I would say in second place is getting rid of Constellation. Third place is probably defunding Space Station Freedom. That's probably it. Maybe Venture Star is definitely up there too. Yeah, Aqualux for sure. That's probably the biggest. Aqualux. That's probably why I would say that getting rid of Constellation is the biggest, like second biggest crapshoot. Now, it did give us the commercial, kind of inadvertently give us a really healthy commercial market, which is a huge benefit. I'm not going to sit there and deny that. That's not a thing. In terms of national spaceflight policy, it set up the precedent that, you know, lawmakers could just circumvent the executive branch in terms of NASA's plan. And yeah, we've been dealing with that crappy precedent ever since. I mean, you argue in that particular case that it might be a good thing, but that is circumventing checks and balances inadvertently. But the reason why Congress did that is because you can't, like, pulling the plug on Constellation like that was borderline unconstitutional. How that all went down with the Augustine Commission and stuff. So that was Congress's way of also doing something borderline constitutional. But anyway, but I digest. Let's get back to work.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
He won't play Cities 2, but he will quote it. J-Speed, as of this moment, I will never, ever do that again. Ever. We just rewrote some stuff up there. Yeah, pretty much, Jeff. Yeah, but there was an idea, well, there was once upon a time there was kind of a thing where, you know, you wouldn't do that because, you know, changing NASA's plans could cause a misstep, like what happened with Apollo. So they kind of didn't do it because, you know, that was the right thing to do. But, you know, clearly that ship sailed with Constellation. So, like I said, that's when it started happening. It was fine up until then. I'm gonna switch those back to two-sided. I'm not sure the one-sideds are jiving pretty well with well at all with each other, so. Honestly, I see that period as a fluke, not the norm. What, Constellation? Well, it became the norm. And it's been the norm ever since, which is why, you know, I've gone on many a rant saying that that is a really stupid thing to do. But, you know. Oh, you're talking about the other thing. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess we could argue to our heart's content. I want to, dude. Let me fly the rocket, please, or just watch it explode. Like. Yeah, Tesla Max, but there was a time where that didn't happen. Basically from 1972 to 2011, where that did not happen. That wasn't a thing. Five more minutes of this, I'm gonna get mad. See if we could just put it out without fuel. See if that works. Only the first stage, cool tech. I mean, we have no fuel in the upper stage, but... It's shock loading it ethereal. That's my problem. It shock loads the damn thing. It's dropping that. It's basically dropping the stage on it. Tanks next to it and fuel it. Good idea. What do you think Rocket Lab's next rocket after Neutron will be called? Elutron. E-tron. Wait, no, that's Audi. Bananatron. Mine are tilted out, mate. All right, let's do this how we used to do mission mode. Set up all 6 tanks. Your Adventure Star flashbacks. Yeah, I know. Wasn't that a fun time? What's stopping the crossfeed? No fuel crossfeed through those. Hey, Zarek. What's up, buddy? Now, normally you wouldn't have your fuel farm kind of this close to the rocket, but, you know, the fuel tanks will be empty. It worked fine for Massey's. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Is that your GSE? I have to. If I'm... It can't take the shock load at the second stage with nothing strutting the first and second stages together, relying on just same vessel interaction. It can't take the load. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do basically a test here, and we're going to slowly fuel the second stage up and load up the adapter and see if that fixes it. Yeah, Cake, she's a beast, man. It's a big vehicle. Zarek, you got back from a 6-week camping trip around Canada. Nice. Not good. Not good. It didn't like that at all. Okay, maybe this will work. Oh, no, you know what we can do? Give it a little flex. Gotta have flexi hoses. I hate the VAB, I hate it. Right now. Nice, Fanta. There you go. No, Dino, it's not about expanding the view. It's just controls are terrible. I can't move the camera's focus point around. Did you watch the splashdown? I saw a replay of it, Port. I didn't watch it live. Flex joint, go burr. All right. The flex joint actually worked. Okay. Second stage fueling. No. Hey. Maybe the decoupler. Perhaps the decoupler. Enable cross feed. Okay, second stage fueling. Here we go. Second stage fueling. Let's do this. See how well it holds. Second stage fueling has begun. Oh gosh, blast from the past, Xerax, huh?
Discovery.
I used to
go
make
at
fully
throttle.
reusable launch pads, and you'd have to fuel up the vehicle every time, dude. You'd have to transfer the fuel. Hey, Hawk. 73-month resub. Thanks, dude. Right, J-Speed? For real. Let's hope it works this time. Okay, so we kept putting this thing out, and it kept blowing up immediately. My guess is that because we have a physical connection here, and not strutted, because I would want to do reuse someday. The old guys, check this out, and this explains the explosions a little bit easier. That's the only thing that's holding my first and second stage together. That's the only thing that holds them together. I have the stages basically physically colliding with each other. They are with same vessel interaction. This conic piece is colliding into that cylindric piece right there, the one with stripes. They are hitting each other. And that is what's holding the second stage up. So when we went to put this thing on the clamps, right? If it dropped it and the whole thing compressed all at once, and it basically put too much load on it, right? Or when we put the vehicle out on the pad, it puts the whole thing out and then it kind of drops it in place, right? That doesn't work. But I have a theory that if we manually fuel our second stage, we should be fine. I mean, no guarantees on what happens when we go to launch. It might explode, and by might, it probably will, which sucks. But at least we got one step further. Hopefully it only explodes when we want it to. Yeah, Surley. Yeah. We aren't transporting to the pad anymore. Gamatron, I have not played Kerbal in about 6 months, and then before that 6 months before. So like I played Kerbal like twice in the past year. It's not that I won't move stuff to the pad eventually or anything like that, dude. It's that I haven't done it I haven't played in a little while. I'm a little rusty. So we're kind of making some, simple decisions here. Okay, so detach the umbilical. Well, good luck and Godspeed. How I've been getting this to work in the past is basically igniting at like 50% throttle, and if the vehicle survives that, throttle it up. It's probably, my guess is that it's going to explode, but if it works, I'll be very, very, very happy. This is gonna get loud, so T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I staged! Because it went too far. It worked! It worked! It worked! Yes! That's what I wanted! Not that, but it worked! That worked! It did it! Yes! Yes! I double tapped spacebar, and we staged the rocket instead, and the staging motors fired, which means it structurally took it, dude! Yes! Yeah! Dude, that worked! It frigging did it! Woo! Funniest success ever. Yes, no, oh, your helmet is so big. Knock on my door, knock next time. Do you see anything? Good! Aqualex, I find that igniting and then releasing the clamps jolts the system, dude. I don't know why. Told you never call me on this wall. This is an unlisted wall. Can you rig up a controller to start the fuel transfers? No, it's gotta be manual. God knows we'll all be back for Spaceballs 2. To search for more money. Okay. Alright. First thing we gotta do is open up the second stage fill and drain, which is the decoupler, enabling the cross feed. Okay. Okay, second stage fill and drain valves are open. Beginning second stage fuel. Super Heavy does 50% in 3 banks and is doing all still part of your stress test flow. This is more getting it work at this point, Erudite, but yes. Dude, I can't believe it. I can't believe that worked. Dude, the mission mode tactics work, dude. Mission mode tactics, absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy that this is working. Once again, fellas, this is what I used to do. I used to build pads for everything. Everything. I did a save. I had a mission mode save where we went to the moon with big rockets. And I never put anything out on launch clamps in that entire save and hit spacebar and sent it. Every rocket needed to be fueled. Every rocket needed to be put together. I am well behind. What is this rocket for? Hey, Bluegill. What's up, man? Don't worry. You haven't missed much. I've been basically not playing KSP since you've been gone. In the entire time you've been gone, dude. I had to call it KSP bereavement. But I recently got back into it. What am I building this rocket for? Because we found an AIA paper on NTRS about a post-Saturn vehicle that has 32 million pounds of thrust and 18 F1 engines in it. So I just, I was like, you know what? Let's build that in Kerbal. Screw it. The scaled Kerbal variant of this Blue has 75 meganewtons of liftoff thrust. Will it go to Duna? It'll go somewhere. Will there be a craft file? What do you mean, will there be a craft file? I don't know if I want to release this, considering you have to fuel the damn second stage. Remember to arm the encabulator. Yes. Okay. Second stage fueling is completed. We got to do what I didn't do last time because I was not expecting this to work. Shut our fill and drain. Okay. Second stage fueling is complete. Separating the umbilical. Are you shitting me? Well, that didn't work. That why did it do that time and not the time before? That's a little weird. Shouldn't have done that. The only thing that I did differently was the only thing I did differently was I didn't shut the crossfeed out. Man. All right, here's what we're gonna do. The worst part is I don't even know what went wrong. I didn't even see it. Hey, well, Lord. What's up, dude? Well. Last time you undocked the arm, not the booster, if that makes a difference. Okay. Yeah, but it worked before, Jonas. Explain that. Explain why it worked before. I think adding it in the adding it into the staging is going to work just fine, because the rocket's going to have to reset physics then anyway. Hey Thorn, 89-month resub. Everybody in the rocket getting retrograde, slightly lurking. What's up, dude? Screw all prior data points. I will just separate the umbilical at ignition. That's fine. I'm not sure if undocking the outer port is going to make it makes like a big difference. And the only thing I could think of is if there was like a weird auto strut there or something, but you blame the engine plates. Can't really blame the engine plates, Aqualux, when we're pushing 75 meganewtons of thrust up the stack. Like, that's like double, like Neptune. You have to put a curse on it? Maybe, yeah, you know what? Maybe Matorix, we should probably tell him that he gets to ride on it. And maybe he'll be like, ah, and then be okay with it, you know? Enabling crossfeed. Second stage fueling. They definitely are. They're making the fairings very upset, Aqualux, yeah. Double the Neptune thrust is crazy. Bluegill, she's a beast, man. She's an absolute beast. F5, quick saving, don't feel like rarest. I don't like reloading quick saves, especially quick saves on the pad. That's when I find Kerbal's simulation gets very inconsistent. So I don't like doing it. Look at the joint between the first and second stage. Looks all right to me, pal. Jeez, that's a big rocket. Why do you have to fuel it before launch? Does it explode otherwise? Yep. Couldn't get this thing out on the pad with the second stage fully fueled, Chuck. It basically explodes. That is a monster rocket, dude. It's taller than the control tower. Where the probe core is 68 meters off the ground. So that's 68 meters right there. Well, adding a payload introduced additional concerns. Yeah, probably. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, though. Right? Right? Why did the water tower catch on fire? So we've gotten 3 different results 3 different times doing the same thing. So, you know. It's the damn engine plates, guys. I know it. Your rear right collects fucking engine plates. I know what I did wrong. I didn't enable the guide rod collision that time. Whoops. It's not, no, it's fine. I'll set the vent switch to an action group and make it so I have to press 1 in order to go any further. It's not pointy enough. How are we supposed to instill fear into our enemies? It's not pointy enough. This thing is getting so big and complex you needed a freestart checklist like an airplane. The launch pads, dude. I needed entire checklists and I memorized all of them to put the whole rocket together. Oh, dude, if you did one step wrong, the whole thing blows up. Just like real life. My mission mode was remarkably realistic in that regard. I lost a Kerbal. What's up? What's up? How are you? I missed a Freedom Launchpad design. Okay. That's good. Okay. It happens to everybody, Kerbal. Don't worry about it. Second stage is 33% fuel. Trying to keep the view zoomed out this time. Once again, I gotta fuel the second stage because if you try to put the vehicle out fully fueled, it'll break. Past 50% fuel. %66 fueled. It stopped for a second. Okay, last one. Okay, fueling is complete. Rocket's fully fueled. What do you think we should do? Should we manually undock it like we did before? Or should we send it? You know what? Let's send it. This is like Flight 1 of Starship. I just want to get off the pad. If we can get off the pad, we're good. Set throttle to 66. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Of course it didn't work. Why wouldn't it? The Rhino collided into the Airstream protective shell. That's an interesting failure. It's the nozzle extension. I know what it is. Why would the nozzle extension come apart like that? It would come apart because the nozzle extension is set to heaviest part and the engine is not. So they broke. They broke at ignition. But that worked before. We would do a quick save after refueling. Why? So we can just reload it and it blows up? The whole point is to not do that, Anti. Ditch them for the sake of minimum viable product. No. No. No, it worked, dude. It worked without it. Try launching it without it fueled. If you can't handle that, you got bigger problems. Alright. Okay, we'll launch with a dud. I like that idea, MK Note. But you need to overclock engines. Because that's what the design calls for. The design calls for engines making, the first stage engines making 3,000 apiece and 4,000 apiece from the second stage. Separate the arm first. Have you tried telling it sweet nothings? I haven't gotten to that point, Chuck. Might be a little soon to ask what kind of payload. I don't have a payload plan for this thing, Redbeard. It was just make it. Decouple prior as well, that worked. It's possible that an auto strut was running to the GSE. And if an auto strut was running to the GSE, that would cause that thing to freak out. Because that auto strut shouldn't change on the fairing on the faux nozzle. It shouldn't. All right. I'm going to do exactly what I did the time that it worked. Okay? We're going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to fuel it. I'll manually undock with the utilizing the outside port. And then start it at 60% throttle or 50% throttle and then ramp. Because that's what worked. You should check out the option to use inside lane based fuels for Moon ISRU. That sounds cool, Ethereal. I'm more into... Dude, honestly, like... I'm sure that's super cool. How about we get to the moon before we talk about ISRU? You know? That's always kind of been my thing. There's all this cool stuff that you can do on the moon. And we always think about all this cool stuff that you can do on the moon. But we don't actually go to the moon. What is the SMARF used? That must have been me fueling and unfueling it, dude. Alright, no checking out fuel options that we'll not use in our lifetimes. Don't. I gotta pay attention here. All right. You know what, MK? No, we'll do what you said. We'll I will I'll launch it without the upper stage. We'll launch a dummy. Yeah, ethereal. I've read about. I know about that. It's very interesting. All right, 50% power. Let's see if it does it. Ready? We're just gonna launch it. Our first state's fully fueled. See if the umbilical works. Ready? T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, there you go. All right, roll program. Roll program is complete. Pitch over. Solid, dude. Oh, if we could just figure that out, man. Look at that thing. Once again, fellas, there's basically no struts holding anything together here. That's just same vehicle interaction. I actually think I have 3 struts in this design holding them together. What a monster. Damn solid. Alright, we're gonna get to staging and then that's it. Yeah, he's going a little fast, man. Going a little quick. Okay, let's just say that staging is there. Does it work? Nope. Didn't work. Have you tried Kerbal Engineer Redux? Yeah? So? You still find it weird that the upper stage plus payload pairing is larger than the first stage. Hydrogen, man. I don't want to delete the nozzles, but I fully filled them up. I want to try one more thing. Probably ain't gonna work, but you know. So I have the second stage fully fueled again. I want to see what happens. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure if it's the nozzles. It might be. It might be, guys. It might be those freaking out. But I think it might be because they're auto strutted. So, you know what? Get rid of them. Get rid of the heaviest part auto strut. I thought that would be a good idea, but I don't think the fairings are necessary. Oh my god, Kerbal. Oh my goodness. Anytime today. Anytime. Anytime. You know, just. Yeah, this is where I wanted to look. I wanted to look at nothing. It's all the fairings. Kerbal hates it when a craft file has too many fairings, especially big ones. It's something's with the fairing and the part action window not being happy with each other. Exclamation point KSP1 mods. Purple. Yeah. This is probably going to blow up on the pad, but the game needs optimization. You got a 4090. The game from 2011 needs optimization. I mean, you're not wrong, but yeah, that's Yeah. It's the part action window that kills it off once. Adamento. We gotta restart it again now. It's taking way too long. Something with garbage collection and fairings. 21 gigs? Give me a freaking break, dude. Oh my goodness. Gotta load it all. Took all that time just for it to fucking explode. Structural failure between aids and... Alright. I'll get rid of the dud nozzles. This is definitely one of the biggest ones we've made, Dan, yeah. I can make them again. They're in the Mastercraft file, dude. Don't worry about it. Doesn't look nearly as cool, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I swear if this puts... Oh, crap. It's gonna restart. Well, after this one. The tests that we did get flying, though, they were pretty good, man. Like that one where we got all the way up to staging. How much RAM are we using up? 20 plus gigs. I have 64 gigs of RAM, though, on this computer. All right. Fun gameplay. Don't explode. Huh. Reverse psychology doesn't work on Kerbal. It listens at any time. It's listening to you all the time. It does not work. Believe me, I've tried. Flip up, is there any point you think they may open source this game and make less money? No, probably not. We don't even know who owns the rights to KSP. I have no idea. You know, I know someone's going to Google it and then be an expert on it and tell me, well, it's owned by this equity firm. Yeah, you don't know that for sure. The sale was private. I mean, that's what everybody thinks. And that's what everybody reported. We don't know for sure. Cool background? Thanks, man. I don't know, Wartaz. That's what everybody's reporting. We don't know if that's true, but people keep reporting it. Cool foreground. Thank you. So, very interesting. That last run did something different. It did something different. And then I hit same vessel. I hit the key for same vessel collision to lock the locking pins in place, and then it exploded. Interdasting. Cool high ground. Nice try, Anakin. A separate computer is feeding a camera feed to this computer, Brendan. Let's see if it does that same thing that it did a second ago. What actually happened? Guys, no. I don't want to talk about KSP2. I don't want to talk about who has the IP to Kerbal. I don't want to talk about any of that stuff. It's just gonna piss me off. I don't stop. Just let it go. Let's just build the rocket, okay? Huh. Well, that worked. Okay, 50% thrust. Full load. Okay, T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're good. Roll program. Roll program complete. Beginning stage pitch over. Everything's looking good. Throttling back for max Q. For max Q. Dynamic pressure is going down. Vehicle is now supersonic. I think it was the nozzles, dudes. Throttling back up out of the throttle bucket. Oh no! Oh, it came apart at the seams, dude. We've had an anomaly. Look at where my pitch control was. I maxed it. I maxed the rate. That was totally my fault. That was pilot error. Structural failure between engine plate and AEF stupid fairing shell. Every time, dude. I pitched it over a little bit, and then the SAS corrected, and I forced pitched it back, and it broke it. That was on me. That was me, guys. I actually think we have too much kick behind it. Believe it or not. Damn. All right, well, let's see if it does it again. What do I always say? If it blows up, put another one on the pad, send it. See what happens. Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, she goes again, second try. Please don't come apart. Okay, I'm going to try to keep the dynamic pressure down and the acceleration down here. Oh, look at that thing fly. That's awesome. Dynamic pressure is a lot lower this time, but our acceleration is a lot lower, but that should give us longer burn time. Okay, punch it. Out of the throttle bucket. All engines, max power, 75 meganewtons coming from the back. That's 75,000 kilonewtons. Or 30 million pounds of thrust. 4Gs. Why does this thing go so hard, man? All right, we should be good. Where are we pulling fuel from? Oh, all right. Stand by for staging. Come on. Good stage. Upper stage ignition. What the hell? Okay, we're good. Good upper stage ignition. It seems like because I had same vessel collision on that it started pulling from the upper stage tanks. So that was giving me a really bad, it was giving me a false reading. Yeah, our staging velocity was up 1200. That's way too much. That's way too fast. ELF jettison, maybe? Oh, I didn't have it set to a clamshell, so, you know. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about that. The guide rods, man. That's what did it. See the guide rods back there? Good, man. That works. Old tricks are the best tricks. Not a particularly pretty rocket, but very effective. Ow. Where's that first stage? It's over there. We still got to put payload up on the top and then hope it doesn't shatter into a bajillion pieces. Something popped. Oh, it was the fairings. Er. 137 by 135, and that was a terrible ascent. But wait, there's more. What are your plans for RCS? Verniers should do us right. Should be fine, I think. Hey, look at you. You do infinite fuel just to see if we can land it? I think Aero is gonna make it fly engines back. Man, we are coming down fast. All right, fine, fine. You've piqued my interest. The solid rocket fuel, though, with infinite fuel. Oh, yep, that's it. Oh, that's the end of that. It did not like tumbling. That was it. Oh well. We're riding this to the ground. You see how the arrow overtook it? We would need some type of control surfaces up there. Forgot about that? Yeah. Doesn't like being jostled around. But to be fair, flipping any stage like that would have blown it up. In real life, guys. In real life. If you flipped it over like that, with the exception of Starship Flight 1, you flipped it over like that, coming in with that dynamic pressure, it would blow up anything. Is this booster supposed to RTLS? I mean, the original designs didn't really call for it, but how did Starship 1 live through that? It was mostly out of the atmosphere community patrol, so it really was down to mechanical adherence. Which still was pretty crazy. I can't believe it actually stayed together. I mean, but it's steel. What do you want? Oh, wait, we gotta stage the vehicle. Okay. Is that thing flying? Oh, I have wheel authority. Hold on. Fellas, I just got a really good idea for the cigarette rocket. I just got a really good idea for the cigarette rocket. A torus ring around a stage, used to fly back. But a torus ring made out of a fairing instead of a bunch of wing surfaces. How did you get an empty ring like that? Jared, I went and edited the craft files with Notepad++. It's the only way you really get this all jive together that I could find. Now you're thinking in craft file editing. Shut up, you schmuck. Alright, let's dispose of this stage. Land it? It'll probably survive. I just don't think it'll fly correctly. Or we'd need control surfaces, man. So what was new since you were gone? I mean, I pretty much got it working. I added guide rods to it, 95. There's only 3 struts that hold the entire, that hold the first and second stage together. Oh, no, not 6. So you hybrid teched it into place? I'm using same vessel interaction between the interstage and the aft skirt. Aqualix, Jesus Christ, man. What? Oh, nice, Bozo. That's cool. I'm gonna read what you said fast. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I guess, dude. I mean, it'd be better if we just did everything. Waited till things were slow. Okay. Twitch chat just is participating in very intellectually stimulating conversation, and I mean that. I'm not being sarcastic. Super heavy, this thing. I am going to remove the toggle cross feed off of there. And we will try to get this thing back. We need RCS, dude, to do it. Also, I just got to take wheel torque out of there. No wheel authority. Yeah, guys, it looks like that tank strut crossed up there actually made it work. You could totally try to do a super heavy with the hot staging ring to flip it. Yeah, maybe. Have to use SSMEs for RCS? Something like that, dude. Okay, let's shut out the dang control surfaces for right now. You're already adding fins? Is it stable enough? Did you see the moment that that rear skirt had over everything, J-Speed? I am 100% sure. Clamshell the fairing? I'm pretty sure that clamshelling that is gonna make it explode during separation. But also, for some reason, I used a 375 fairing up there, and I'm not 100% sure why. Lock the fairings? Dude, if I could click on all of them, I would. Clamshelling will make it explode. Yeah, but your fairing's edited. Mine is not. Mine still has... Oh, that's my alarm. It's 5 o'clock. Alright, one more test flight, dudes. Then edit it. No. Alright, get rid of that. I'll leave the on. I don't have time, 95. You want to see it fly or explode or not? I also really do want to put a payload up there, so let me just... All right, that might work. $280 tons of payload. 288 tons of payload, to be precise. Here we go. Guys, I set my alarm at 5 o'clock, so I gotta make a phone call. So this is the last flight test, and then we'll move over to space news. And then cities for after hours. Actually, I might just move into playing cities and then do space news later. I don't know. You guys tell me what you want. Or verbal. Why is Cities 2 worse than Cities 1? That's too long of an answer to summarize. It's just not... It's going to sound ridiculous, but the way it plays is not nearly as open-ended as City Skylines 1. Also, City Skylines 1 uses the Steam Workshop, so there's bajillions of mods for it that give it literally infinite replay capability. One of the big things with Cities 2 is that the modding community can't fix the stupid game. Because Colossal Order wanted, Paradox made Colossal Order have their own type of Steam Workshop to compete because they wanted to release Cities 2 on console. And they wanted to make it so you could download mods on the console. So that made what they put on there for moddable content a very, like, instead of just like Steam Workshop where you can just upload something to it, anybody can download it, you have a good day, you have a good time. There can't be like rapid patching because they have to like whitelist every mod. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. If Cities 2 was on Steam Workshop, I'd probably be playing it right now. But that was just one of many things, like catastrophic missteps in whatever they were trying to do. All right. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. I don't know why we don't have sound, but all right. It's kind of there. Okay, beginning pitch over now. Throttling back into the throttle bucket. Yeah, the engine noise is coming out of the left ear. Whatever. Yeah, I hope so, Louisa. Okay, coming up on maximum dynamic pressure. 14. We have max Q, 14.26, 14.266. Throttling up. Well, that's not how I wanted to end that, but... Let me guess. Structural failure between 5-meter fairing plate and EP50 engine plate. Dude, I could run 1,000 struts between those two parts and it'd still be like, nah, never mind. The same issue, the problem was your interstage. We can't go out like that. Oh, we can't go out. We can't go out like that, damn it. We can't go out like that. I gotta make a phone call though, damn it. restarted the game like 4 times, Smoked Soldier. Yes, we've tried turning it off and on again many times. Oh, no, I'm not taking that. You get Alt F4. That's bullcrap. You get Alt F4. You can kiss my ass, game. How about that? No way. No, I'm not even letting you finish that explosion. You don't get to finish that one. You get task terminated. Piece of trash game. No, I'm not giving it the satisfaction. That's bullcrap, dude. Talk about inconsistent results, man. I hate those engine plates, 95. I hate them so much. They suck. Those things are such pieces of junk, but they're the only thing that can hold the thrust. Game wins, flawless victory. No, it didn't blow up. Didn't blow up, didn't happen. I terminated the process. I'm the user here, not that freaking piece. Hey, I made it work. Just get good. No, I won't. How about you get timed out? I thought KSP was 100% consistent. John, why would I be annoyed with the engine plates? Okay, so let's take some given information. The simulation all of a sudden is being very inconsistent. EJ's annoyed at engine plates. Let's connect the dots. Connect the dots. Why do you think that is? Connect the dots. Come on. Dot, 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 dot. It's because the engine plates don't follow that 100% simulation rule, dude. They just don't. They don't jive with the fairings correctly. I don't know why. It's very strange. Where's the square button to lower your stress? I can't do it on stream, man. Seriously, that inconsistentness makes me want to put my fist through the damn monitor. But it is what it is. Yours only explodes if I don't fly it right with a full payload of 4 Saturn tanks. Please don't summit the monitor. No, I won't. I don't feel like replacing it, dude. Then use an engine bowl. Block, don't stoop to Twitch chat's level. Don't do that. I expected better from you. All right. Guys, there really isn't a lot of space news. Space has been slow the past couple of weeks. Yeah, there hasn't been a lot, but we'll probably, you know what, we'll do a short space news. And when I say short, I mean shorter. You know, I always say, oh, it's not a lot, and then we end up talking for 3 hours. I'm serious, like maybe an hour. Maybe an hour. It's not much. Then we'll play cities. Now build it in KSP2. I'm sure it can handle it with better results. Yeah, I'll do that if I enjoy hitting myself in the dick with a baseball bat repeatedly. Yeah, let's go do that. Oh wait, no, let's not do that. I'll be right back. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. I'll be back in a moment. I gotta make a phone call, okay? Sorry. Dude, that was off the top of my head, too. That's pretty funny. All right, I'll be back in a second.